nation's flag. Ready? Begin.
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Roll call on declarations of conflicts, please.
Councilmember Abram.
Hearing none.
Councilmember Bixel.
Hearing none.
Councilmember Moniz.
Hearing none.
Vice Mayor Franco.
Okay. Here, and yes, I will be recusing from 9A. I have a property located within 500 feet.
Mayor Bublé.
Hearing none. Thank you. Okay, approval of agenda is posted or amended. There is a green sheet for one item, 8F.
And then I move item 11A before item 5. We're getting a call via video, and the presenter is 3 hours ahead of us, so I'd like to move them to before 5.
Second.
Is there anything else?
Yes, I apologize, Madam Mayor. The City Clerk's Office received notification that the presenter for Council Item 11C, Dr. Murphy, is unable to attend tonight.
Was there a date set?
No date set.
Okay, so we'll be removing item 11B? Is that correct? 11C. Okay,
So 11A is going behind 5 and 11C is removed.
correct.
Okay, second.
We have a motion and a second. Will you call that roll, please?
Councilmember Abram.
Yes.
Councilmember Bixel.
Yes.
Councilmember Moniz.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Franco.
Yes.
Mayor Bublé.
Yes, passes with a 5-0. All right, so item 11A is up now, and Mr. Hampton, Ms. Werner, tag team, what do you got? You can't do it yourself?
Good evening, Mayor and members of council. Tonight, we have before you a resolution adopting the updated policies and procedures for the Housing Division for the administration of the City of Turlock Community Development Block Grants, the CDBG Monitoring Plan, the Turlock-Stanislaus County Home Consortium Policies and Procedures, adopting the Turlock-Stanislaus County Home Monitoring Plan, adopting the City of Turlock Residential Anti-Displacement and Relocation Assistance Policy, and adopting the City of Turlock and Stanislaus County's Home Consortium Affirmative Fair Housing Marketing Policies and Procedures. So it's quite the lift. And so just that we're clear, this is what we're talking about. It's some 300 plus pages of policies. During the 2022 HUD monitoring, it was found that many of the policies for the City of Turlock and procedures needed to be updated and created to comply with the program's current requirements. So, contrary to some conclusions that have been drawn, the City of Turlock does have policies and procedures. They have previously been approved by HUD, however, they are outdated. HUD routinely updates policies and provides overview of that on a biannual basis. Yes, we are a little behind, but we do have policies and procedures. I don't want council to get confused with other audits that we've done in housing. This is a set of policies and procedures that stand alone. It's a living document. It's updated frequently. This is not an audit of the housing department. These are the guidelines, procedures that allow us to conduct a wide array of business. And as you know, I've worked in many positions in this city and other cities, and I have to tell you, this is one of the most complicated departments within a city. I'm sure every department director would tell you that, but working with state and federal officials, nobody ever agrees, and everybody has 300-page policy manuals that you have to make sure conform to our operation. On March 14th, 2023, Council approved the professional services agreement with the Cloudburst Group to assist the Housing Division with updating and creating the policies and procedures needed to address the HUD findings in the 2022 monitoring. Cloudburst is one of HUD's leading technical assistance groups and has extensive experience working with HUD regulations. And as you see on the monitors, we have the representative present with us. They do operate from a distance, so it's not reasonable for them to be here. In fact, they're 3 hours ahead of us, as you know, so it's probably close to people's bedtime where they're at. Cloudburst completed the following tasks: updating the CDBG policies and procedures, updating CDBG monitoring plan, updating home policies and procedures, created home monitoring plan, created the residential anti-displacement relocation policy and plan, and updating affirmative fair housing marketing policies and procedures. Again, I want to reiterate, it's a living document. It will constantly be under review and constantly updated, and that's exactly what we expect. It's not unreasonable for the city of Turlock to be 2 years outdated on their policy, but it's not a position that we want to find ourselves in. So with that, I'm going to turn over to Adrienne Werner, our planning manager, and allow her to talk a little bit more about what's in here. What we're foreseeing will be the manner in which we pursue this presentation. Adrienne will add a little more information. The consultant will add some more precise information, but we're pretty confident that we don't want to spend the evening flipping through 300 and I think it's 21 pages, but we will if that's what you would like to do. So with that, Adrienne.
Thank you. So as Mr. Hampton explained, the policies and procedures are a living document. We do have policies and procedures that have been adopted, but they are outdated and do need to be updated. We have several that were in draft form that we were that had not been adopted, but we were still operating under those policies and procedures. What Cloudburst did for us was took those policies and procedures that we have currently to ensure that the language in them reflected what the current HUD regulations are. And it was, we could have provided, 300 pages in track changes, but I think that probably would have been even worse than trying to read them. So we kind of synthesized down into a table of some of the changes and recommended language that HUD has when they reviewed and what Cloudburst put in for us. So that's what the table is in your staff report. It's pretty much the majority of it was making sure that we had the correct HUD regulations cited, as well as some language that was reflected more what HUD language is. The other, Mary Brooke Cox is our consultant. Some other things were to move some sections of the policies and procedures into different areas that made more sense and made it easier for staff to follow along. But what these policies and procedures will do once we submit them to HUD, we did submit them to our rep in draft form just to kind of get them to look at them ahead of time to see if they had any comments that we needed to include prior to bringing them to you. They did not have any comments or any substantial changes to it. So we're ready to move forward and submit those to HUD if you do adopt them tonight. If we do adopt them, then we will submit them to HUD, and this will clear the findings from the 2022 annual monitoring. So there are quite a few things that we can clear off and meet HUD's requirements. So with that, I will introduce Mary Brooke Cox with Cloudburst Group, and she can answer any specific questions if you have any specific questions about how Cloudburst operates and the changes that they help us make. Mary Brooke, you're muted.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Mary Ward Cox. I'm a senior analyst with the Cloudburst Group. I have been working with Adrian's team for the past year on these policies and procedure documents. We really strive to make sure that these policies and procedures are up to date with the latest HUD regulations, and then help staff incorporate their own processes into the procedural documents, so it has a little bit of that local flavor. But if you guys have any questions about our process or any of the content, please let me know.
Any questions for Ms. Brooks Cox? No? Questions for staff?
Yeah, I guess I just have a question for staff, as now that if this is adopted tonight, what was this holding up anything of using CDBG or putting out a NOFA for home consortium funds, or what?
It wasn't holding.
What's the next step?
The next step is for us to submit them to HUD so that they have the policies and procedures. It wasn't holding projects up, but it was making, when HUD does their monitoring, they have findings, concerns, and if they have findings, that means we've done something that we're not meeting the regulatory, statutory regulations. If they have concerns, it's something that they're recommending that we change. So we had several findings because our policies and procedures were not up to date. So what it's going to do is clear those findings from that monitoring letter. But it didn't stop us. It didn't stop us and doesn't stop us, because we did have those policies and procedures. They just weren't up to date when they did the monitoring. So,
As far as updating, what's the longest that it has been with some of these policies?
the longest, there was one, I believe, that hadn't been updated since 1995. But we did have, most of them were in draft form since about, I think one was 2018, was the most recent. But I believe it was our anti-displacement policy from 1995. That was the one that was the most.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, let's open it to public. Anyone wishing to speak? Okay, closing public and bringing it back. Did you want anything else to say, Ms. Brooks Cox? You good?
Mary Brooke? The mayor asked if you had anything else to add.
Oh, I apologize. I did not quite hear that, but there are no other comments from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you want to say something, sir?
There is. So you've heard dates back to 1995. It was a heavy lift. We pushed hard. The consultant was fabulous for staff to work with. Once we get it back from HUD, and we do expect to get it back rather quickly, we think that they will adopt this very quickly. But the next step for us internally is the adoption and incorporation in our day-to-day activities. It's going to be important to provide training to the staff so that they know the policies, because at this point, obviously Adrian knows them quite well, and as well as a few other people, but it's important for the city to train on policies and procedures so that if there's a problem, we can go back and examine, why did we fail, why did we miss a date, why did we not carry an action out consistent with policy. So we will be undergoing a training process within weeks after HUD gives this back to us and advises us that it's acceptable.
Awesome, thank you. Yes?
Just one quick question, just say we get back from HUD, everything is good. My thought is the way the government works, a year from now, we're gonna be completely in the same boat we were. Is there a plan in place to keep us current, I guess is the best way to put it?
So we will be looking at the, annually, we'll be looking at the documents annually, comparing them with any of the notices that HUD sends out. They send out regular notices depending on different programs. So we will be matching those notices up and making sure that our policies and procedures are up to date, so.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Will you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Abram?
Yes.
Councilmember Bixel?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Franco?
Yes.
Councilmember Moniz?
Yes.
Mayor Bublak?
Yes. It passed with a 5-0. Thank you, guys. Thank you for tuning in. All right, Proclamation Chief, are you on the animal care, sir?
If I could have our animal control staff join us, including our
Uh-oh.
management team, Lieutenant Shaw and Captain Rodriguez.
The boa constrictor?
I'm like, yeah, no snakes.
I thought I freaked people out.
And Manager Furtado, you can come up with us as well.
Hate people.
Proud to present this proclamation on behalf of Mayor Bublak and the entire City Council in honor of Animal Care and Control Appreciation Week, April 14th through 20th. Whereas the National Animal Care and Control Association has designated the second full week of April each year as Animal Care and Control Appreciation Week. Whereas the various federal, state, local government officials throughout the country take this time to recognize, thank, and commend all animal service officers for the dedicated service they provide to citizens, various public safety agencies, public service agencies, and departments throughout the country. Whereas the Turlock City Council would like to express its sincere thanks and appreciation for the outstanding service Turlock Animal Services provides on a daily basis to residents of the city. Whereas the Turlock City Council recognizes animal service officers for the many dedicated long hours of service they perform in serving this community and for fulfilling Turlock Animal Services' commitment to providing the highest and most efficient level of customer service. Whereas the Turlock City Council wishes to commend each and every animal service officer for their excellence in service, which is in keeping with a long and distinguished tradition of animal care and control in that profession. Now therefore, on behalf of Mayor Amy Bublak and the entire City Council, I do hereby proclaim April 14th through 20th as Animal Care and Control Appreciation Week in the City of Turlock and encourage all residents in the City of Turlock to show and express appreciation for these outstanding individuals. And while we're up here, I won't miss an opportunity to plug the animal shelter. Suzanne Miller from the animal control team brought a friend that she can show us. This is an adoptable cat at the animal shelter. As many of you have seen in the last couple weeks, our animal control team, through their dedicated efforts, have brought light to some very serious conditions in the community involving animal hoarding and cruelty. So the shelter is at max capacity and well above max capacity. So if you can find it in your heart to come out and help our team and adopt an animal, we need the community to step up. So Suzanne will introduce you to one of our adoptable cats.
It'd be better if it was a boa constrictor. Oh my God. Scared?
Very scared.
That's how I feel at a meeting. No.
Is this Zenith?
This is Zena. Yeah.
Zena.
Yeah. Her name is Zena. She's about 10 months old. She came to us under kind of special circumstances and was originally supposed to be an owner return, but unfortunately it just didn't work out. She is spayed. She is up to date on vaccination. She's very friendly. She will let you rub her belly. She's a great cat. All her adoption fees are waived. All we need is just a proof of a mortgage statement or a renter agreement saying that you can have a cat, and she would make a wonderful member to anybody's family. She's ready to go home.
Awesome.
All right, Zena.
Again, thank you so much to our animal services team.
Yes.
Yes. Would you come up with them?
Who's next? Who's next? Let's do it. Are you taking Zena home, Captain?
See how she just like puts it on? Are you taking her home?
No. Joe? Makes her, but. Watch you just jump. All right, we'll focus off of Zena. She's getting nervous in there. All right, and this is now a proclamation for the National Telecommunicators Week, which is our dispatchers. And that is April 14th through the 20th. Whereas emergencies can occur at any time that require police, fire, or emergency medical service. Each day, over 500,000 public safety telecommunicators answer desperate calls for help, responding with services that save the lives and property of American citizens in need of assistance. Public safety telecommunicators are the first and most critical contact of our residents with their emergency services. The residents of Turlock rely on their knowledge and professionalism as they make critical decisions, obtain information, and quickly dispatch. The safety of our police officers and firefighters is dependent upon the quality and accuracy of information obtained from residents who telephone the City of Turlock Public Safety Communications Center. Public safety telecommunicators serve our residents daily in countless ways and deserve our heartfelt appreciation. So by virtue of the authority invested in me as mayor and on behalf of our entire city council and all of our community, I do hereby proclaim April 14th through the 20th as National Telecommunicators Week. And I think you're going to be accepting? Thank you, ma'am. You want to speak?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. My name is Amanda Furtado. I'm the manager over our communications unit, and I am honored to accept this proclamation on behalf of our Turlock dispatchers. This next week is a great reminder of all the men and women who are working behind the scenes tirelessly to protect our community and our first responders. They are often the first line of help to somebody in need, and we're really blessed to have them. So thank you so much, and we appreciate your support.
Okay, love Turlock. Let's do it. Dr. Platt? No, right? How many of you have her as your doctor?
Great. Thank you for having us tonight. My name is Lindsay Plett.
And I'm Melanie.
And we are 2 of 3 that plan all of the fun around Love Turlock. To kick off our little presentation, we have a quick video for you.
Love Turlock exists to unite our community, to serve our neighbors, and to meet tangible needs within our city through volunteering. We host an annual event where hundreds of volunteers donate their time, skills, and resources to serve our community in various ways. Everyone is welcome to sign up and serve on one of the many projects. There is a project for all skill sets, ages, and abilities. A few examples include yard work, park cleanup, tree removal, painting, building, gardening, sewing, clothing and food collections, personal visitations, and encouragement cards for seniors and first responders. Love Turlock is held the last Saturday of April each year. The day starts with a morning rally at 8 a.m. Volunteers get checked in, meet their project leader, and celebrate the day before heading out to their projects. To finish the day, we come together again for lunch. This is a time to celebrate all the love we've spread through Turlock and spend time with new friends we've made along the way. Go to loveturlock.com to learn more and sign up as a volunteer. Invite your friends and family to join too. When we come together, we can make a positive impact on our city. Love Turlock exists.
There we go. Okay. So I hope you already have your calendars marked for the 27th this month. We have a QR code if you need to scan it to take you to our website to get signed up. We have increased our projects and number of volunteer spots this year by about 20%. And the wild thing is we already are almost full, which is super exciting. We have about 500 volunteer spots, and we have over 510 of them already filled, which is much more than we've had in the past. So we're working to try and find a few more projects to make sure we have room for everyone who wants to participate. And we would love to have you all be a part of our day. We want to recognize your presence in our day, so please make sure that we know if you're going to be there. and we would love to have Mayor say something as you've done in the past. So we hope you will join us. It's going to be a great day. We have a lot of new projects that we haven't done before. And Melanie, what do you want to share?
So Love Turlock is really just a tangible way for individuals in our community to come out, to make a difference, and to really understand how important they are to our community as a whole. Having your support really actually helps us promote and do overall complete more projects in the city. And so this year, we know that we're going to have another huge impact as we come together and just love our city. We know that we will do great things. And so we have a wonderful day planned, and we're very excited for April 27th.
And it starts at what time?
8 a.m. will be check-in.
Got it.
Can we answer any questions?
Questions? Looking forward to seeing you guys. See you at Donnelly at 8 o'clock.
And we're always open to project suggestions or ideas, so keep them in mind, and you can contact us anytime during the year. We start planning our projects in January, so think ahead of time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, Chief Hunter. You're signing up for Love Turlock, sir?
Peer pressure there. Thank you. Mayor, members of the council, tonight I want to share with you a few of the projects that the fire department is working on, has been working on. This is by no means a complete list, but a few of the highlights of the things that the department is doing. So the first one that I want to speak to is every day that the fire department responds to a call, we touch what is known as our CAD or our radios, or excuse me, our MDC or mobile data computer or our radio. And what has been done recently is we've updated our MDCs to the latest version. It's more user intuitive. It streamlines the end user operation. It gives opportunities for the crews that to get updated information on the calls that they're receiving. It allows them to know the crews that are working around them and gets them to their call. With respect to the radios are another tool that we use that helps us communicate both on scene and route to the call and get updated information. We've moved to a tri-band technology where we receive UHF, VHF, and 800. And this allows us to communicate on multiple frequencies with the different agencies that we could potentially work with. By doing this, it expands our interoperability, allowing for seamless statewide emergency response communication, and is also the fire scope recommendation. The Turlock radios are now programmed to match all other fire resources in the county, and this allows for operational alignment in our communications, our emergency response, and our communication with our MST partners. The next item that our project that I want to speak about is our MST fire training. This is something that every day, a project that we work on every day is going to the call. The next thing, most important thing that we do is training to go to those potential calls. And so within the fire department, there's mandated training that ensures that we comply with regulations and requirements, that we maintain our skills. And some examples of these topics include multi-company drills, EMS training, technical rescue, auto extrication, driver training. As part of the relationship with MST, Turlock has continued to expand the use of the vector learning management system that we use for conducting training and documenting training. We have driver training to train new firefighters to be able to drive and operate our fire engines. We conduct multi-company training that gives the opportunity for crews to work together, simulating larger incidents. Something that happens is anytime we take a crew off to conduct training, we need to make sure that there's resources available to respond to any calls that may come up. Because of this larger relationship that we have with Modesto and Stanislaus Consolidated Fire Protection District, we can now bring multiple crews together to conduct realistic training and still maintain adequate coverage within each one of our own response areas. We also have combined our fire academies, allowing us to pool resources to provide a better training experience that meets the requirements of the National Fire Protection Association, or NFPA. So just for a data point for you, last year Turlock Fire Department personnel completed over 14,000 hours of documented training. There's other training that goes on, but we're able to tabulate that number in part because of that learning management system that we've adopted here in Turlock. Something else I want to speak to is the Central Valley Incident Management Team. The Central Valley Incident Management Team was formed in 2022 as a Type 3 team. A Type 3 team refers to the complexity of the incident, where a Type 1 team can manage more complex incidents than a Type 2 or a Type 3 team. The team is comprised of multiple agencies throughout the Central Valley, including Turlock Fire Department, and the primary function of the team is to assist local agencies to manage incidents when they exceed the ability of that agency to manage on their own. They work to establish a unified and coordinated command structure to identify priorities, develop the strategies, and carry out the tactics that will resolve the incident. The management team will develop an incident action plan, or IAP, that serves as a blueprint for the coordinated response efforts and guides the allocation of resources to achieve the incident objectives. The team will oversee the implementation of the IAP, continually monitor the progress, and adapting strategies as needed to address the changing conditions. The team holds monthly briefings, and we conduct training twice a year. Most recently, the members of the team completed a week-long 305 introduction to all hazard incident management team introduction. And every summer, these teams are activated to manage large fires that occur throughout the state. On a smaller scale, these teams have been used for managing floods, like what was done in the winter of 2022-2023. Having a team like this that is made up of members of the Turlock Fire Department will help us be able to resolve larger incidents that may potentially happen in the future. And this is going to be one of those things. This is a tool that we hope we never have to use, but in the event that there is a large incident, we have a resource that's available, immediately available, to help resolve the incident as it grows. The next item that I want to speak to is the Stanislaus Regional Fire Investigation Team, or FIU. This unit was started in 2015 under the leadership of the Stanislaus County District Attorney's Office, the county fire chiefs, via the Stanislaus County Regional Fire Authority, and the county law enforcement executives. The original stakeholder agencies within the unit were the DA's office, Modesto Fire Department, Ceres Fire Department, the Fire Warden's Office, and Stanislaus Consolidated Fire Protection District. The FIU has since expanded to include Stanislaus County Sheriff's Office, Turlock Fire Department, and Newman Fire Department. All member agencies have designated additional reserve investigators for the membership and succession planning. They work with a vertically integrated arson deputy district attorney that is permanently attached to the unit. The goal of the FIU is the proper investigation of all fires and explosions while providing for the effective criminal investigation and prosecution of those incidents that are determined to be criminal acts. This is accomplished by providing the proper training and leadership to the FIU members so that they can conduct thorough investigations consistent with current national standards, utilizing modern scientific methods to ensure accurate findings and ultimately the speedy apprehension and prosecution of criminals while protecting the rights of the accused. Last year, the unit reviewed 57 arson cases submitted within the county. 10 of these came from the city of Turlock. Of these 57, 51 are currently being prosecuted or have been adjudicated. Out of the 10 Turlock cases, 9 are in the process or have been prosecuted successfully. Breaking down these 10 cases further, these cases are those that require multiple hours of follow-up workload within the unit. The follow-up is handled by Turlock Fire Captain Benner, as well as other members of the FIU. The suspects have been identified through speaking to witnesses, gathering surveillance video, and tips from the community. when they collaboratively work with the Turlock PD. They work collaboratively with Turlock PD, Turlock detectives, and other members of the FIU to locate and arrest these offenders. This is something that, we know that just by human nature, there will be arsons of some type in the future, and we want to ensure that we have the proper processes and the foundation in place to see that if it is an arson, that the case is handled effectively. I want to share just one specific example or one success story. There was a subject that was abusing kittens or cats around town and eventually set fire to one. Chief Hedden requested the FIU involvement with the case days after the arrest on the animal abuse and trespassing charges. With the evidence discovered at the scene through the FIU investigation, the defendant was rebooked on an additional 451C or arson charge and subsequently is serving a state prison sentence after pleading to the arson charge. Without FIU involvement, it is likely that the animal abuse charge may have been pled down, and the defendant would have either faced a lesser sentence or no sentence at all. I think this just highlights the importance of this involvement. It takes a very special skill set to be involved in that type of practice, especially to have a firefighter stand up at the stand and to be cross-examined by a defense attorney. It takes some special skill, and it's not something that's done every day. And so making sure that those individuals are prepared for that we have a proper foundation to take that, to make sure that we can affect that is important. And this has been one example of success that we're realizing now as part of this participation. The next item that I want to speak to is the Turlock Citygate study. The Citygate study was commissioned in 2021 and completed in the beginning of 2022. Interim Fire Chief Michael Botto initiated the study through City Council action. The study was directed to look at Turlock Fire Department and to help develop a fire service master plan. This would include a comprehensive community risk assessment, an evaluation of the staffing capacity and support programs, an assessment of the facility and fleet, among others. Based on this in-depth analysis, we were given a long list of recommendations. A few of those recommendations including addressing the critical need for replacement of an aging fleet. And I want to thank the council for the action that has taken place in the past to make that happen. We're looking forward to 2 fire engines arriving in the fall, November of this year, and then 2 more in the summer of 2026. And this is this is going to ensure that we have adequate resources to respond to the fires and other incidents that will surely come. The Citygate study also updated or gave recommendations on a fire facility or capital improvement program, including completing the deferred maintenance to our fire stations. We were given some recommendations from that document, and we're working internally and with the city departments to put those recommendations into action. Some other recommendations were to establish an advanced life support or ALS program. We're working towards that. As well as a big one is greater compliance with NFPA 1710. Now that NFPA guidance gives direction on the number of personnel that should respond to the scene of a normal size fire. And the number that we typically look at is 16 people on a residence, and that's a 2,400 square foot residence. They look at the number of people that it takes to accomplish all the tasks necessary and the number that they come up with through scientific analysis, and their recommendation is 16 people. The other recommendation that was given was to staff a 5th company or specifically a ladder truck. And so we're looking at things that we can do within the fire department, working with the city staff to push that forward. These are just a few of the items that we're working on. And so if this council or mayor has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Questions for the chief?
What kind of discussions are being had, and realistic timeline when we may have an ALS program here in Turlock?
So that's a great question. I'm going to answer it that's a long question. So there's basic things that we need to make that happen. We need to have medical oversight, we need to have the equipment, and we need to have paramedics. We have control. We could go into contract now and get some medical oversight. We could go out and purchase the equipment now and have it on the fire engines. But right now, we don't have a sufficient number of paramedics to adequately staff fire engines consistently. And so we're trying to address all of those things. We've got some ideas that we're working on that you'll hear about in the future. But those are just a few things.
Is that something that you feel has to happen citywide, or could you start out with one engine company being ALS, or two engine companies, or a squad, or something like that?
Great question. Realistically, the portion of that we don't have control over is there's a shortage of paramedics nationwide, and so our goal would be to start either one or two stations to get them in a position where they could operate as an ALS company, and then as we hire or train people to be paramedics, that we would put them into those positions.
Is there talk of people that are already currently employed with us, putting them through programs?
There is. We'll be presenting something in the future as far as a grant opportunity where we can send current members of the fire department to be trained to be paramedics. We do have a few individuals that out of their own desires are going to increase their knowledge and go to paramedic school.
Would you share with everyone what it looks like as far as, you have the people, but you also have to have certain facilities, you have to have a place to store the meds, things of that nature that are cost associated?
Yes, so I'll give one example with that. A paramedic, they have the opportunity to use additional medications and narcotics beyond that of an EMT. Department of Justice, because of those are controlled medications, they require special oversight with that as far as specifically where they're located, how they're housed. And so in our stations, if we have extra medications, we have to go get approval for and meet requirements to store the medications in the station. And then on the fire apparatus, we have to have a secure location where they can be located. And all of that costs, it's not free.
Well, it's not prohibited, I didn't say prohibitive, but the fact is, we're trying to, you have to have that set before you put the bodies in there, because you can't just carry it on you, right? You get ripped off.
You probably have a better idea of the needs than even myself. Yep.
Any other questions for Chief? Okay, thank you,
All
Chief.
right, thank you for your time.
All right, now we have public participation, this time set aside, 3 minutes, matters that are specific to us, and Milt?
Good evening. Tonight I brought my globe, and of course this represents our planet Earth, and this is where we all live. The Earth is the same size it's been 10,000 years ago, 100,000 years ago, 1 million years ago. Population growth on our planet has changed. In 1803, it was estimated there were 1 billion people on the planet. In 1945, when I was born, there were 2.5 billion on the planet. Today, there are over 8 billion people on our planet. In my lifetime of 78 years, the population of our planet has more than tripled. And in 2060, 36 years from now, it's estimated it'll be 10 billion people. To live, we must all have air to breathe, water to drink, and food to stay alive. This is just fact and reality. In 4 to 6 minutes without air, you're dead. 3 to 5 days without water, you're dead. 21 days without food, you're gone. You are the Turlock City Council. A mayor represents all the people of the city of Turlock. Council members represent their districts first and then the people in the city. You don't just represent builders and developers or big box stores and Walmarts. You also represent all the people of the city, not just one particular group. We must plan for what's good for our children and descendants because they're not old enough or not even born yet. We need to plan for them because they can't plan for themselves. We were first warned about greenhouse gases and climate change back in 1985. But there's still people who choose to ignore this fact and reality. We've been constantly warned about plastics, which is a man-made material that doesn't biodegrade naturally. Plastics are now found in our lungs and blood. We need to ban plastics and non-reusable plastic containers in our city. How can so many people worship money, power, and pleasure? My biggest disappointment with people is there are too many of them that are dishonest, untrustworthy, and unethical. My closing comments are, to all of you honest, trustworthy, and ethical people who are here, how can you how can they get control of you? There are three ways. Someone can try to bribe you, someone can try to blackmail you, or they can try to intimidate you. Be strong. Do the right thing. We have a moral obligation to make good decisions for our children and their descendants. And this is so important that we follow this. Thank you.
John?
John Gibbeline. Sorry, my voice is not very good. It usually isn't anyway, but I just wanted to mention something that that happened last month. On the radio, I was listening to the radio, and they had this one announcement over and over and over and over and over again. It was from the Stanislaus schools. They were, telling people that they should go to school in Stanislaus County. Now, I just grew up, and that was just something you did, right? I mean, and we had truancy officers that went and collected the kids when they weren't in school and went to the parents and everything else like that. So it's staggering to me when I also heard that nationwide since the pandemic that we have double the amount of kids not going to school, and that's hundreds of thousands of kids, and that's K through 12. That's not city college or college and everything else like that. And so I sit here and I realize that you guys are just, you can't do anything about it other than, tell everybody, hey, but I sit here and I hear that they have a shortage of paramedics. I didn't know. I know we had shortages of carpenters and all sorts of blue collar jobs, truck drivers, and all through the nation that we've let go, nurses, whatever it is. And we've done a really horrific job of getting people training to do all that stuff. And and to me, I looked at that. I'm a person who went to school, and I went to college, but I also went to technical schools. In other words, I learned how to program computers way back in the dark ages, back in the 70s and stuff like that, when in that type of thing. So, but I went to a technical school, got all that stuff before I ever graduated, and everything else like that. So we've got to get back, and I hear more and more of this, and I hope it happens, but it's got to happen in a way that it's not taking 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 years for people to get a degree in junior college or anything else. And I've been to so many just seminars. 2 weeks of Oracle database programming got me a really good job. I mean, a really good job, just for 2 weeks. Now, it was expensive, but that's just the way it was. But we've got to do better, and we've got to train people when they're after the 10th grade, figure out what they're going to do, and hopefully, if they're not going to go to college, do something else. Thank you.
Candace?
Madam Mayor, council, staff, I'm here because of an article I read in the Journal about a proposed contract with Genesis Behavioral Center. And I looked it up because I thought $642,000? Whoa! So Genesis provides, this is from their own website, effective research-based services for children with autism spectrum disorder and various behaviors. They use a process called transcranial magnetic simulation. Our innovative tailored protocols, they say, are currently under investigation as tools to aid healthcare professionals in managing various conditions. Under investigation. According to the FDA, transcranial magnetic simulation, otherwise known as TMS, is authorized for 4 different uses: obsessive compulsive disorder, migraines, stop smoking programs, and it's a major depressive disorder, obsessive compulsive disorder, migraines, and smoking cessation. The article, according to Turlock staff comments, it says, I believe the Journal or not, this is supposed to enhance brain performance. It is supposed to emphasize clarity, high achievement, and performance potential of the brain in their work and daily lives, being offered to our police and fire professionals. I don't get it. I don't get it. It sounds very new age to me. It sounds like it's off books, not protocol according to the FDA. Mayo Clinic says it's approved by the U.S. Food and Drug Administration, usually used only when other depression treatments haven't been effective. Research continues into other potential uses for TMS, including epilepsy, but apparently this research has not been completed or approved. There is research ongoing to see if it can treat other conditions, including addictions, bipolar disorder, chronic pain, eating disorder, post-traumatic stress. There's one that might work, but it's only in theory, not in reality. Schizophrenia, stroke. What are we doing with $642,000? I don't have an answer.
Ramon?
Good evening, Mayor and council members and members of the community. Last weekend, I went to Livermore just to spend a weekend over there, and a few months before that, I went to Pleasanton, and I both went to their towns. And when I went there, I was really shocked and thinking to myself, why does Livermore, downtown Livermore and downtown Pleasanton are cleaner, safer, have more local businesses, and their infrastructure way better than Turlock? For me, I've been thinking of that all the time, and the reality is that these towns that invest in their towns and local businesses tend to have more people patronizing, going out, shopping, eating, and it's a success. I mean, Livermore has their outlet, Pleasanton has the Stone Ridge Mall, but the city doesn't cater to them. They just invest in town. Plus, their roads are clean. It's safe to walk around. There's nothing bad happening. I feel safer than downtown Turlock. And the reason I'm speaking is that downtown Turlock, if you want downtown Turlock to thrive, you need to consider investing in more than just spending more time focusing on Monte Vista crossings. Because if you want local dollars to stay in Turlock, downtown Turlock needs to be invested. Also, downtown Turlock has a potential to be more pedestrian friendly, turning the main street into a sort of people walking and riding their bikes, and that will bring the farmers market and the market on the weekends. Just think of it. without having to trust on car-centric infrastructure. And also, the empty land plots near Monte Vista crossings, that could be turned into alternative form of housing, affordable housing, townhouses, duplexes, you name it, because people nowadays, they can't find houses. And that building on Olive and Golden State that's been abandoned for years, it should be turned to some sort of townhouse or affordable housing, because that building is an eyesore and it needs to do something. And on another note, Peters Road is really bad. The potholes are getting really, really horrible, especially the rain. The potholes are getting worse and worse. I had to swerve around and find a road, like a surface is smooth, because the potholes are putting a lot of wear and tear, and that road needs to be fixed, especially Donnelly Park and the apartments, and that road needs to be fixed as soon as possible. Thank you.
Anyone else who did not fill out a card? Okay, we'll close the public comment, and we'll move on to the consent items. I'm sorry, first of all, motion waiving reading of all ordinances on the agenda except by title.
Second.
Motion and a second, and a third. And call roll, please.
Councilmember Abram?
Yes.
Councilmember Bixel?
Yes.
Mayor, Vice Mayor Franco?
Yes.
Councilmember Moniz?
Yes.
Mayor Bublak?
Yes, passes 5-0. The consent calendar, item 8F, is supposed to be a motion, not a resolution. Are there any other things to be removed or separation for consideration?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Will you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Abram?
Yes.
Councilmember Bixel?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Franco?
Yes.
Councilmember Moniz?
Yes.
Mayor Bublak?
Yes, passes with a 5-0, and we're going to final readings. See you, Vice Mayor.
I am recusing myself from 9A.
All right, we'll let you know when we're done. Okay, this is a final reading, so I'll open it to the public. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, Monarch Place? Okay, we'll close public comment and bring it back for a vote.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Will you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Abram?
Yes.
Councilmember Bixel?
Yes.
Councilmember Moniz?
Yes.
Mayor Bublak?
Yes, and passes with a 4-0-1 abstention, a recusal, forgive me. Okay, 10A. Is this a duo again? Oh, just you? All right. It says both of you. I'm reading.
Good evening, Council, Mayor Bublak, and members of the public. The item before you tonight is an out-of-boundary agreement between the City of Turlock and Turlock Unified School District for their property at 625 East Taylor Road. Okay, Julie. I always have technical difficulties. There we go. So the proposed project is to allow for the extension of the city water trunk line just north of North Olive to extend approximately 170 feet north across Taylor Road to provide potable water to the school district's farm. At this point in time, the farm has high nitrate levels and can no longer use their well water. So they've been providing bottled water to staff and students on site for the past several years. So this is the site where the little red dot is the property that is where they are proposing to extend the water line. Just south of that, across Taylor Road, is the termination of North Olive, where the extension will start from. So in the municipal code, there is a provision to allow us to provide water services outside of the city limits. And this, it's really more of a health safety issue is when we would consider allowing that extension outside the city. This would be considered a health and safety issue because of the high nitrate level that they are experiencing now. This is a little bit of a better diagram, kind of a diagram to really kind of give you an idea of what the extension is going to look like. It's going to start at the terminus of North Olive, go under the canal. They will have to work with TID and also extend that line up through to their property. If the council does agree to enter into an agreement with the out-of-boundary service, the Turlock School District will have to make an application, and staff will prepare the application to go to LAFCO to present the project as well. So we have had, just to give you a little bit of background, we do have other out-of-boundary agreements that the council has approved. In 2018, there was an approval for Ram Farms on Daubenberger because they had a county planning permit that they had to provide a public water system. We have extended, most recently was the extension up to Price Ford Honda. That was in conjunction with an agreement that was part of the sales tax share agreement as well. Associated Feed on the west side of town also has an extension. They also had an arsenic problem. So we have entered into out-of-boundary service agreements, but it's not done. It's done on a case-by-case basis. And if there is health and safety issues, then the municipal code does allow us to go forward with that. So with that, I will answer any questions.
So as far as cost goes, it says here that they pay for it, but do they pay for our work as well?
They will pay for the extension of the water line and the connection fee. So there's really no, and I'll leave it to Municipal Services Director to address that, but there's really no cost that they will have to hire their own contractors to do that, and then pay for our connection fees. But there is no cost from the general fund that we will be expending.
Did you have to put this together? And it took at least a couple hours to put it into a format for all this?
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, we're giving a little bit, yeah?
Yes,
All right.
yes.
You had a question, Councilman?
Yes, so just in looking at the contract, I'm sure it's standard language, and I spoke with our city engineer about it, but just to be clear that we are not requiring curb, gutter, sidewalk as the standard language says, because that wouldn't make sense on Taylor Road as it currently is. Can you confirm that?
Correct, yes.
Any other questions for Ms. Warner? Open it to the public. Anyone wishing to speak regarding this?
Yes, as I usually do, I drive out there, drove down North Olive all the way to the fire hydrant that's there, and of course I see the canal right over across the fence, and I see the road, and then I see the area back there. So I did have a lot of questions. This has a lot of information in it, but I think my main question is that no citizen, or we citizens, do not have to pay for this, and I'm already disturbed in that you said you're giving them time. We're not the school district. We are the city of Turlock, and we shouldn't be giving them time. No other customers should be getting time like that. Our engineering shouldn't be doing it without charging for it. So that's kind of a concern to me. And I was also concerned about the fact that this has to go before LAFCO, because I was here for Ram Farms in 2018, and I also objected to theirs, or I at least said, let's make sure that we're not paying for anything, and it was clear to me that we were not paying for anything to Ram Farms. They paid for everything, we just made the connection. So it looks like we're giving Turlock Unified School Districts more than they should be getting, and there are a lot of questions in that this is a long distance. I mean, it's 370 feet. That's over a football field. So my questions are quite a few, but one of them is, are they paying for all the materials that are going into this project? And we have a charge there for a 2-inch pipe of $3,000, a 4-inch pipe of $37,000. It's here, but I don't remember. What does that mean? Is $3,000 we can connect up a 2-inch pipe? I don't understand. That sounds way too cheap. Are they going to dig the hole and we're just going to connect it up? I also have, again, the comment as to why this has to go through LAFCO. I do not recall Ram Farms going through LAFCO. So what is the reason this has to go through LAFCO? And those pretty much cover my questions here. Again, all materials. I mean, we don't pay for any of the pipe. We don't pay for any of the excavation. That's a major job. You got to go under a canal. That's not easy to do. That's going to cost them thousands and thousands of dollars. If they pay that thousands and thousands of dollars, that's fine with me. If the citizens of Turlock are paying those thousands and thousands of dollars, that's wrong, and that's not, should not happen. And I would say vote no. So I hope we get some good answers, and it's too bad I can't answer because there other questions come up, but I'll listen to what we've said. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak? Okay, we'll close the public comment. Director Fisher?
Yes, in regards to the cost, the 3,000 or the 3,700 is simply to connect to the pipe that they've extended out to a backflow of the proper connection. Then from that connection, that's on the farm, the school district to make that connection to the property. As far as our time, we do allow for all of our staff's time, including the construction oversight, and then to ensure that the water system maintains, it's all billable. And that will all be billed as found at the end of the project. With regards to going under the canal, that is all on them. That will be all their contractor. The city will review and approve that project.
And Ms. Warner, in regard
Yes.
to LAFCO, please.
All materials will be accounted for and charged as used. There is a billable, or there is a sheet with all the materials on it.
Okay, so I probably should have clarified when you asked me about staff time. The school district did submit their fees for their application to the planning department. That is to cover the cost for us to review the project and bring it forward. So they will also be required to pay LAFCO's application fees. We won't be charging those. We won't be paying those fees to LAFCO. The reason why it does have to go to LAFCO, and Rand Farms went to LAFCO as well, is because it's out of our city limits. And typically, LAFCO doesn't want us to extend any services unless we're going to annex the property into the city limits. So that's the reason why we have to go to LAFCO. The school district has to go to LAFCO to request and have final approval.
Councilmember Moniz?
Yeah, let's ask this question a different way. Tell us what Turlock Unified is not paying for.
Well, they are not paying. That I couldn't answer you. I know that they've paid our application fees, which is recouping staff's time and the cost for us to bring that to you. They are paying for LAFCO's application fees. And as Director Fisher pointed out, they are paying for the cost for the connection fees.
We've provided them with a quote itemized down to every little piece and part that we anticipate that we'll use on the project. And, if anything does change, we'll submit for a change order.
Okay, so they're not getting anything that Ram Farms didn't get or that any other citizen that comes to the city for something of this nature is getting, right?
No, from municipal services, our intent is, that any and all costs shall be conveyed to the requester.
Any other questions or comments? What is the will of?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Will you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Abram?
Yes.
Councilmember Bixel?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Franco?
Yes.
Councilmember Moniz?
Yes.
Mayor Bublak?
Yes, and it passes 5-0. Thank you, Director Fisher. And I think, Ms. Warner, you're still up?
Yes.
Long night for you.
Long night for me. Quick night. So again, good evening. The item that I'm going to talk about tonight is the annual review of the development agreement between NHC and the city of Turlock. NHC is the cannabis dispensary that's out at 3401 West Monte Vista. I believe it was the old El Roselle restaurant. We first brought the annual review of the cannabis projects to the Planning Commission back in June of 2023. At that time, NHC had only been operating for about 2 weeks. So the Planning Commission asked, said that there was not enough information for us to, for them to make a decision whether or not they had been operating in good faith in their conditional use permit and make a recommendation to the council on their development agreement. So the Planning Commission asked that we give them 6 months, bring it back to them for review at that point in time. We did bring it back to the Planning Commission in December December 2023 to review the conditional use permit and make a recommendation to the City Council on the development agreement. And so that's what we're here before you tonight, is with the development agreement. So NHC has, as I said, been operating since May 19th of 2023. They have not yet had their annual review for the auditing that would be done with our finance department, because they haven't been open for the entire 12-month period of time. They have made their public benefit deposits as through March 5th of $250,000. And they are in compliance with the planning department, the building department, as well as the finance department. I did note in your staff report that there have been 8 calls for service since March of 2023. Just to kind of give everyone and I'm sure the mayor knows this from her many years on the force, that when a call for service comes in, the officer will respond to the closest location. So they're not necessarily means that those calls are because something was happening at NHC. It's just that was the location where the officer was going to make contact with the person that needed help. So based on that, there were two panic alarms and 2 commercial alarms that were reported, as well as the alarm company also, canceled a couple of those. So out of those 8 calls, none of them resulted in arrest, and the cases were closed by the responding officers. So at this point in time, NHC is in compliant and good standing with the police department. They are in compliance with all the other departments, and the Planning Commission did recommend that the City Council find that their DA is in compliance as well.
Questions for Ms. Warner?
I do. Can you give the public a brief, just a brief statement or answer some questions on the change of ownership? I know that NHC is changing owners.
Well, NHC changed owners, I believe, the 2022, 2023. They became part of Glass House Group. So that has already been done. It's the same Glass House Group that is operating NHC now.
Okay, and there's also a sign out front that says we are selling this place,
So I did talk to NHC today, and they're not selling, the property owner is selling the property.
Correct.
So they lease the building, the NHC is still operating at that location, but they are not selling the business, so.
Okay. And then they're making minimum DA development agreement payments?
Correct.
They're not paying above because their business is thriving?
That I would leave to our finance director to address, but as far as I know, that they are making the
minimum payments. Minimum. Thank you.
That's correct, the minimum base payment.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Sorry, just
Go ahead.
one.
I missed it. Go ahead.
When's the 1-year audit for them?
That I will turn to Isaac as well to discuss.
So there's 2 audits. There's a compliance review and there's a financial review, right? We've already reached out to HCL to get the compliance factor started, and after that, we'll do the financial. So that will be happening within the next couple months.
Okay, but when are they due?
When do they do?
It's
We do
12
them
months.
annually.
But what's 12 months?
Where's the 12-month date? Give me a date, Isaac.
I can get you a better date, but I would say we'd be probably doing it maybe the end of this month or next month. So they're starting to ramp up now.
Still haven't answered my question.
I don't have an exact date
I need a
yet.
1-year mark. I want to know where it's at.
I can get you a better date. I'll reach out to the consultant and tell you exactly when they can get scheduled to come out here. But again, we have reached out. We have had the conversation to get them going, not for just this location, but for all locations. Okay.
All right, I'll open it to the public. Anyone wishing to speak about marijuana? Come on up. Come on up.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Jennifer Berry. I'm actually the Vice President of Retail for Glass House and for Natural Healing Center. So I just want to take this opportunity quickly to speak in front of you, coming up on our 1 year. And Very honored to do this on behalf of the team. Our dedication to community benefits is reflected in our multifaceted approach to education, outreach, and support for local initiatives. I'll try to be very brief. Brevity is not usually my forte, but I'll go over a couple of things that I think that we're doing that we should be pretty proud of. Compliance. We have a deep respect for law enforcement and compliance, as our CEO, Kyle Kazan, was a previous police officer, and we take the safety of our customer and community as a North Star in all we do. Our staff participates in regular monthly meetings with me and our Director of Compliance to ensure full adherence to all standard operating procedures. We consistently conduct self-audits and review operations to all local and DCC regulations. This is what we do. This isn't the only location we have, and we make sure that we do this because we want to make sure that we are dotting all of our I's and crossing all of our T's. We do virtual education content through the Friends of the Farm lecture series, and we've already provided over 50 hours of virtual education content just in this past year. We do also in-person educational trainings that are about all the cannabinoids and medical cannabis use, not only for our customers, but also for our staff too. It's changing, changes every day, new products come into it. We want to make sure we're on the forefront of education. We also are going to be hosting a senior cannabis education actually coming up this Monday. And we are going to be using a renowned senior advocate for senior cannabis education at the store to educate local active aging adults and their families and caregivers on the proper use of cannabis, ensuring they have the information they need to navigate the cannabis use safely and effectively. We've also been able to participate proudly with the Turlock Expo, and then also this weekend we're participating in the Holistic Expo as well with our community and events manager. That's kind of it. I just wanted to make sure that I showed up here and was able to say hi to everybody, and just thank you so much for letting us participate in your lovely city. Thank you. I guess any questions?
Any questions for Ms. Berry? Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Anyone else wishing to speak regarding this item? All right, we will close the public comment and bring it back. I'll personally just make sure that, yeah, I think you guys are doing a great job, but I still don't believe in this. It's federal law thing, but you guys talk amongst yourself.
Motion to approve?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Abram?
Yes.
Councilmember Bixel?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Franco?
Yes.
Councilmember Moniz?
Yes.
Mayor Bublé?
No, and it passes with 4-1. Congratulations. All right, thank you, Ms. Werner. Moving on to a SAFER grant. Anybody?
Chief Hunter.
You think?
Hope so. I'm pretty sure, well, who got this money for us?
No, we haven't got it yet. He's asking.
Oh.
This is the ask.
That's right.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. It's a fortunate opportunity for me to give a presentation tonight on the projects that the fire department is doing, and then have the opportunity to share this grant opportunity. So what the fire department is asking is authorizing the city manager to execute any documents necessary to apply for a Staffing for Adequate Fire and Emergency Response grant, or SAFER grant, to fully fund 9 full-time firefighters for a term of 3 years beginning the fiscal year 2024-2025. So what we're asking for is permission to apply for this grant. Earlier I mentioned the need for increased staffing levels within the city of Turlock to adequately respond to fires. And the number I mentioned at that time was 16 bodies. Now currently, within the city of Turlock, we have 13 bodies that arrive at a fire. And so to make up that difference, that's where we take advantage of the opportunity that we have with our MST partners, and we call additional companies or fire resources down at Turlock to assist with that response to help us meet that minimum standard. And that's great for getting that total count on scene, but where we come short is the time that it takes for them to get here. Fires can grow very quickly. There's also the chance that a second call could come in. And so as we look for opportunities to see how we can address this need, the SAFER grant is one of them. So the SAFER grant is a grant that is provided through the Federal Emergency Management Agency, or FEMA. And what it provides for is fire departments throughout the country have the opportunity to submit a grant proposal, and if awarded, they can receive monies that compensate the employment of firefighters for a maximum of, well, it's over the course of 3 years. And so the grant, how we're looking to take advantage of this grant is to ask for a total of 9 firefighters to staff, to add additional staffing to 3 of our companies. And so that would mean we have 3 shifts. So on each shift, we would have 3 additional firefighters, bringing up the staffing each day to 16 to that lower recommendation. So the SAFER Grant Program provides funding directly to fire departments or communities to assist with increasing the number of firefighters to help communities meet industry standard minimums and to attain 24-hour staffing to provide adequate protection from fire and fire-related hazards. So the fire department, as I mentioned earlier, we rely on Modesto, Ceres, and the other agencies within the county to bring up that staffing. And so this would cover the salary and benefits for those employees. So through this grant, we would be seeking a benefit of about $3 million to cover the salary and benefits for those 9 firefighters for 3 years. Now, the reason why we're bringing this to you to ask permission to apply is because there is a financial requirement from the city. It does not cover the cost for the PPE, so the clothing that they wear, or the personal protective equipment. And that comes to about $85,000. That PPE has a lifespan of about 10 years if it's taken care of. If it's used, it's less than that. So the other aspect of it is in 3 years, at the conclusion of the grant, there is no expectation or requirement that the city maintain those personnel, but we don't want to offer employees positions within the city if we don't have some reasonable expectation that we may be able to attain them at that time. There's a lot of variables between now and 3 years from when the grant's awarded, and so this opportunity gives us the time to apply for the grant. The grants typically are awarded sometime between July and September. If the city of Turlock was awarded, we would bring back that grant to you and ask for permission to accept the grant. So with that, I'll answer any questions.
Questions?
Yes, so the staff report talks about taking on these 9 firefighter employees and adding them as a 4th member to an staffed apparatus. The Citygate study says we need to maybe not have 4 squads, but have a 5th. So can you kind of explain how this is going to get us to there?
Absolutely, that's a great question. The Citygate study was very specific in that it suggested staffing a 5th company and gave more recommendation that 5th company be a truck. So how this grant helps us is, let's say today we magically had the money to staff a 5th company. We still need bodies to fill those positions. And so we need trained people that are prepared and adequately prepared to assume the role of captain and engineer to supervise the company and drive and operate the equipment. What this grant does is puts us in a better position. It gives us 3 years to prepare for a potential future opportunity to be able to staff a 5th company. So let's say in 3 years from now, we take those 3 bodies and we move them over and we staff a fire truck. And just for not assuming anything, the fire truck is the fire equipment that has the big ladder on top. Just to be helpful with that. And that tool is helpful because that ladder, with ground ladders, we typically can only reach a 2nd-story window, whereas there's a few more buildings in the city that are taller than 2 stories. And so this helps with that, as well as holds extra equipment and the personnel are trained to take on additional tasks that are needed on scene. Another aspect of that, the 5th company, when we're not going to fire calls, a 5th company helps to ensure that we have resources available to go to that 2nd call. Right now, if there's a fire within the city of Turlock, and there's no other calls going on, all 4 of those companies would go to the call. Should another emergency pop up, the battalion chief or the supervisor on day has the latitude to direct another company to that second call that comes in until further resources come in. By adding these, with these 3 companies, adding a 4th person to that body, the 3 companies that continue to that fire call are able to do more work and operate safely, and that 4th and still send that 4th company without adversely affecting the impact of the call. Does that answer that question?
Yes, and so just to follow up, if we are awarded this grant and if we can staff up 9 people, it is not the long-term expectation to continue with 4 people. It is to go back to a 3-person company eventually.
Correct. The biggest advantage for a city of Turlock size is to have more companies that can go to call as opposed to more people on companies to go to call, if that makes sense. We want to make sure we have more resources available to go to calls. That's the biggest advantage. If we don't apply for this, if we apply for this grant, well, let me say it this way. So if we don't apply for this grant, or if it's not awarded, we're still going to be in the same problem in the future if we do have funds to staff another company. We're still going to need to train up personnel to take on those leadership responsibilities and those positions. The SAFER grant is an opportunity to a big part subsidize that process.
Vice Mayor?
So it gives us about 3 years to figure out how we're going to pay for the 9 people.
3.5 years.
Okay.
And so, yes.
No, go ahead.
So the way we address that is 2 years into this, we realistically start looking at where we're at financially and make decisions based on the information that we have at that time. 3 years comes quickly, but it's still a lot of things can change from now and then, and we will work closely with our finance director to make sure that we're making prudent decisions.
How many current positions are unfilled in firefighters?
Within
Engineers?
the firefighter rank, we've got 3 positions right now.
3 open.
Don't quote me on it. It's about 3.
Approximately. Gotcha.
Within the fire department,
Yeah. Engineers, captains.
right now we have 3 firefighters and 1 division chief.
Okay. What's the outlook on recruiting 9 firefighters? Because, I mean, everybody's struggling right now to recruit.
So right now, we currently have 3 applicants that have completed the background process, and so that we can move right in. Those will fill those vacancies. And then as part of the SAFER grant, you have 190 days to put those personnel, once the grant's awarded, to get those personnel online. And so that would mean into an academy for us. And so we're optimistic. One thing that is unique about Turlock that allows us to get a larger candidate pool that's unique between the other paid fire agencies within the county is 18 years old. So 18 years old, you can start as a firefighter. Realistically, for the schooling and education, 19 or 20 is realistic, but that's a distinct advantage that Turlock has over the other paid departments in the county.
And then the time frame to utilize the full grant. I mean, the worst thing would be to get the grant and then not be able to utilize it all because we don't have, the numbers to do.
Correct. We work with, there's a representative from FEMA that we work with. They help us through the process. We report to them and are accountable to them and to make sure that we're using these funds prudently.
Okay. Thank you.
I have a couple questions. You talk about staffing a truck. I know we have one.
Correct.
Is it operational? Does it even meet current standards? I know it's been sitting for a long, long time.
So the truck is, we do have one. It is 20 years old. It has very low mileage, but it is 20 years old. We do use it as a alternate apparatus when some of our fleet are down. The crews will train on it regularly. but we are working to address the need to replace that vehicle, or that apparatus in the near future, and we'll be bringing something forward to that in the future.
And, I mean, obviously personnel are the highest expense that we as a city incur, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, it's salary, it's benefits, it's retirement, all of that kind of
Yep.
thing. I think we all have to be mindful of what free money will cost us in the long run.
Yep.
I think from people that I hear from constituents, I mean, I think I don't hear people, concerned about their fire department getting to their fire. I mean, that's just me and the people that I'm interacting with. I do from time to time, partly because of the business I'm in, but people are concerned about the first response to a life-saving emergency, right? I know that the biggest percentage of the fire department's calls are emergency medical in nature. I personally feel that that's where we need to be directing our funds and or our increasing our level of service, I guess. And I would like to see that be part of this discussion before I would be able to support it.
Okay. I can answer that, or I didn't know if that was
I
rhetorical.
don't think it's on the agenda, but okay.
Absolutely. When we look at what the fire department does, nobody else goes to fires. So that has to be a focus, and that's what we play emphasis on. But absolutely, we go to medical calls, we go to vehicle accidents, we go to public assist, we go to cats and trees, we go to people stuck in playground equipment, we go to leaky faucets, we go to somebody fell down and they can't pick up. And so there's a number of things that the fire department does, this being one of them, and absolutely we'll be looking for and bringing to you grant opportunities for medical services in the future, near future.
Yes.
Chief, cost to house these people, is that built in, accounted for? Is there a number?
So the lights are on in the station.
Already?
Already. It's a valid point. We do need to look at the living situations because our fire stations are old. And as far as staffing the personnel in now, we could minimally adequately house them in the current fire stations. With the exception of Station 34, or our residents on Walnut, we would have to be very creative to do that.
Bunk bed.
I was just gonna say.
But yeah,
see bunk
I
beds
didn't
in
want
the
to say it. More room for activities.
All right, any other questions? We'll move it forward to public participation. Anybody wishing to speak on this? Okay, we'll close public comment and come back. I wouldn't disagree with Councilmember Bixel in that from the time you put this in, we need to see a lot of numbers and what that looks like and ALS and everything cost associated.
Absolutely.
I'll just add the comment to, echo Councilmember Bixel as well, that I hope as we were making this trek to having 5 companies and moving toward ALS, that, we can build a system that maybe the response is tailored to the need. So, some of those more minor calls that you're talking about, we have adaptability and we have efficiency in what type of apparatus and what, training and people need to go to some of the lower priority calls.
And ambulance service is not adequate, so
You said
for your
BLS?
future.
Yes,
That's a whole nother animal,
it is.
putting rigs in-house, right?
And there is a model for lots of other fire departments are doing alternative care models, and both reactive through the EMS system or even proactive, kind of like what we're trying to do with the mobile health. So I am interested in that, and I've shared that interest with you, and I hope that we can continue to be a leader in that area, because I think we have the personnel, I think we have the interest in it, and I think we can really work with our partners and make a big impact for our residents through that.
Is that a motion?
And yes, I'll motion, but he has a comment.
I would also ask from a, taxpayer, homeowner, all those kinds of things that pay homeowners insurance, let's say. I mean, I know that cities are rated based on services and that kind of thing, and your insurance rates are based upon that. By making these upgrades to our department and personnel, equipment, and all those kind of things, will that change any of what it costs us to live in this town?
So I believe what you're speaking to is the ISO rating, or Insurance Safety Office rating. That would have to be evaluated to get a number, and that number could be, or to get that, yes, we could get that for you, how this would impact that. I just don't know how that would impact that. We just haven't done the research to get that number yet.
I mean, I think that is a key component to make it work.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Will you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Abram?
Yes.
Councilmember Bixel?
No.
Vice Mayor Frankel?
Yes.
Councilmember Moniz?
Yes.
Mayor Bublak?
Yes, passes 4-1. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
All right, city manager reports. Mr. Wilson? Punch that.
Thank you. You have copies of the reports in the agenda, so I just wanted to add one item. I want to talk about 16, 17, where is it? Colorado. I wrote a letter to the county CEO, asked him to review the questions that had come up during the council meeting and the questions by the council. He wrote me back, answered two of the questions, left two of the questions unanswered, and I've got a whole stack of emails back and forth between us. We are not letting this issue go yet, so I just wanted you to know that, and we're gonna post this stuff on the website.
Thank you. Council items for future consideration.
I just need an update on Columbia Pool. It's behind schedule, and I'd like to know what's going on either in the next meeting or the one after that, please.
Okay. Questions, comments, or announcements?
Yes, I would like to highlight and give a shout out to the IT department. I really appreciate that on our current website, our actual search function does what we all expect the internet search functions to do. So kudos to you. Thank you for hearing that. And I would really, really, really love a new website. So, I know you're working on it, but thank you for making what we have better now.
All right. Shout out to the Parks and Rec staff for fabulous ceremony for the veterans, Vietnam vets, and also the Pedretti lights. Excellent. Finally got the lights. They're fabulous. They are bright. It's like daylight. Don't forget about the farmers market Saturday and the makers market on Sunday. So we opened early. And an update for the Pedras roads. According to our engineering staff, we should be starting by the end of the month on Pedras. So come on, staff, let's make it work. And slurry seals and striping are taking place in District 4 as we speak.
In assessment.
In the assessment districts, yes. So that's it. Thank you.
All right, if the Assistant City Clerk would read the items for closed session.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Conference with legal counsel, initiation of litigation, California Government Code 54956.9, subsection D4. Conference with legal counsel, one case, potential case. Conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, California Government Code, section 54956.9, subsection D2, two potential cases. Public employee performance evaluation, California Government Code section 54957, subsection B1, city attorney. Conference with Labor Negotiators, California Government Code, Section 54957.6, subsection A. Those are Turlock Associated Police Officers, Turlock City Employees Association, Turlock Firefighters Association, Local 2434, Turlock Management Association, Public Safety, Turlock Management and Confidential Employees.
Okay, we will report out should there be anything, and be safe out there. Okay, you ready? All right, we're back. We have nothing to report, and I'll adjourn our meeting. Thank you.